There we go. Anybody hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes, we can.
Glorious.
Why? Thank you for joining me.
So who do we got?
All right, who wants to start? Welcome to Florida Blood Bowl AMA 14. That's AMA Ask Me Anything. I'm Florida Man. Here we actually have Voorhees, that's Dr. Carnivian from the Diabolical Sports Desk, as well as Nyberger, King of Games Vegas, and James Left, father of Florida Blood Bowl. How are you guys all doing?
Doing good, doing good.
Your volume is going in and out on me.
My volume?
Correct.
All right, I'll try and change that up.
It might have to do with you rocking back and forth.
Okay. Ha. Hey, Voorhees, you wanted to start out with something, right?
Yeah, I think Josh had said that his proposed itinerary was I think like just go over the recent the last few tournaments. I think we have Inconceivable, Smoky Mountain, Bernie's, and Stunty Slam, and then I think we're going to talk about the Diabolical Sports Desk. That's some of the projects I've been working on. I think we want to talk about recruitment, some stuff with Voodoo, and then hey, I have it on my phone somewhere. I think.
And then just basically anything that comes to mind.
Yeah, and then just look ahead to the rest of the next few months.
Okay. Chronologically speaking, I think Great Smoky Mountain Bowl was first of those tournaments you listed. Jim, are you going to be with us the whole night or just here for the beginning?
Let's see.
Oh, Jim's muted. Okay. I'll tell you a little bit about Great Smoky Mountain Bowl. I was there. Jim was there. Who else? John Alberto.
Nick Blackie.
Nick Blackie.
John didn't go. Alberto?
Yeah, John Alberto was there with me and Nick Blackie. We took a road trip, 13 hours up each way.
Oh, that's right.
I
was pissed at you guys.
We tried to get
that one too, right?
Say again?
You're fading.
Eric was at that one too, wasn't he?
Last year.
Oh, last year. Okay.
Well, I tried to get a bunch of people to go this year, and nobody wanted to go, so I made other plans. And then, like 3 days before the tournament, they were all like, "Oh, let's go!" And I'm like, "Well, fuck you! I've already got something going on."
Yeah.
It was bullshit.
Sorry, Eric.
But that one, John won, right? Jonathan Neff.
Yeah. So it was 46 players or so tournament. Lots of cool rules. 3 rounds, of course. Our good friend, our English friend that we met at Chaos Cup, Neff, Jonathan Thu, he won overall. So that was pretty awesome. Somebody we knew won. John played him in the first round.
I'm sure he lost miserably.
What was John playing?
Well, they were both playing Skaven. Yeah.
Semester of Skaven.
Yeah, I brought Undead. Had my first game. I had the 2-1 grind, and then just bleh. I thought that I needed tiebreakers, so I scored too early, and Elves ended up beating me 3-2. Nick Blackie did pretty good. I think he finished the same as me, win, draw, and loss. John was either win, draw, and loss, or 2 wins and a draw. Either way. 2 wins and a loss, rather, because he lost to Neff in the first round. But Neff did win, went 3-0, and really had a great tournament.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I gotta make it to one of those. I haven't been to the Smoky Mountain yet. Was that Voodoo this year?
Correct.
Yes.
It was Voodoo. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Which tournament was next on the list there?
Count Rugen's Revenge, I think. It's another one I missed, but I know pretty much everybody else was at that one, I think.
Yeah, I missed it too. Eric?
You missed it too. I didn't realize that. There's Josh.
Hi.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys. Well, busy day. Did my workout, I'm eating tacos, and I paint some dwarves.
Shit, now I want tacos.
I was going to say you wanted dwarves.
I'll be back. I'm going to go get some tacos. Give me 5 minutes.
All right. You got it. Cool. Well, I'm glad to be a part of this. I kind of did like a list of things that we kind of talked about over here. So
I was just saying, the last few tournaments, the sports desk, upcoming tournaments, the Voodoo standings. You want to talk about Chaos Cup and then Knuckles Wild 3, right?
Yeah. All right. So let's start with our impressions in the last few tournaments. So
we'll just talk about Smoky Mountain Bowl.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Josh, you went, right? Yeah, you were there.
Yeah, I was there. I got my Stunny Cup.
Tell us about it.
Well, I got it by being the best of all the Stunny teams, of course. Sadly, it didn't take much to do that for all of our Stunny teams.
Right. Usually the one that scores the most points usually wins.
Yeah. Yeah, usually. No, it came out of tiebreakers, and I had lost my first 2 games, and then I won my last one, but I think it was like 4-0 against Norse with my Ogres. And that, 4 or 5-0, I can't remember, but that and a combination of the other touchdowns that I did kind of gave me the tiebreaker over James. And every stunty team that went in there didn't do better than 2 losses and a win. So it was like I think Stunny teams are about to get killed. It was like somebody had a hit out for them. I don't know. But I'll say this, though. It was practically pretty much the same build as the last Great Smoky Mountain Bowl. And I should have stuck with my gut. I should have gone with my pro on my Ogres, my other stuff, my usual break tackle. This time I tried to take block on 2 of them instead. And again, block is situational versus pro that I can use everywhere. And so that's what killed me, It saved me on a few people that tried to hit them, but like who really gangs up on Ogres to try to hit them, And when you do, you gang up on the one that doesn't block. So makes sense.
Well, you and your fellow stunty companions, there was 5 of you, I think. You and Sean Hennessy played Ogres. Jim left, and there was another, a really younger guy who played Halflings. I think played Goblins. And you guys did something really cool, which was each of you put in a painted model, and then the winner 5.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah,
you guys, because you've been more tournaments than I have in the last month, and you play more with stunties. The new Halfling list. What seems to be what are the people's reactions? How is it playing? Are they they seem to be ranking higher in the tournaments now, or about the same as they were before?
They are ever so slightly better than they were in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Not by any means great game breaking.
Yeah, I don't care for the originals, but Rumbelo's a beast.
He's a beast compared to Halflings. He's a 6'3", with horns and no hands. What else did he have? Block and tackle. He ain't bad. Yeah. He's great for Halflings, but I mean, he's nothing special compared to other stars.
He costs 170. He's pretty good. I mean,
but this was really the first time GW overhauled a team roster in a long time, right?
Not really. People forget that Goblins were overhauled. They gave Goblins a Doom Diver. They gave them the Hooligan. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did like the Goblin upgrades.
Mm-hmm. No, in my opinion, I think I know people think I'm crazy when I say this, but stunty Halflings are the strongest of all the stunty teams. They have the least probability to go bad by themselves. And you can always throw, and the strong arm on top of the tree man makes the throw really good. And now you've got Halflings with catch and sprint that automatically come with it. And you practically don't even pay for the second skill based on how much you pay for a Halfling with a skill, which is nice. Those are really good upgrades to have. I think halflings are a really good list right now. Rumbelow is good. I think he's a little. I think he's like new, so he's on a goat, so he's really exciting. And he's good. He's also 170. I mean, 150 is a Minotaur. I mean, let's put this in perspective. You know, it's
Well, he gives halflings the ability to knock the ball out, which they don't have otherwise.
oh, they do. You just throw halflings.
No thanks.
Do you think we'll be seeing more positionals for the ogres when GW gets around to doing the kit?
I hope so, but if I had a sneaking suspicion of any team that's not going to get an upgrade, it would be them. They might get. I think they might get like some extra things in the spike that you can buy.
Mhm.
I'm hoping they get, because Warhammer Fantasy ogres were known for magic, and their magic was based on people that they ate and stuck in a soup.
Yeah.
And they were known for that, and they need to have something like
It'd be cool
that.
if they got like a butcher or what was the other? It was the butchers, and then there was their magic guy was like I forget what he was called.
Yeah, I know they had butchers. Was he chef? I don't know. I don't know if he's a chef.
Yeah.
I'm a chef, but that'd be really cool. So they called it gut magic back in the day.
Gut magic, right, yes.
Yeah. You know, and again, I don't even care what it does. I just want to see the flavor there, you know. Like the hot pot. I'm glad the hot pot's there. It sucks. I'm glad it's there because it's a hot pot, you know.
The hot pot's fucking useless, man.
Yeah, it is. It is, but you have it, and it's really cool looking. I mean, it's a dude with a pot in his head.
What does it actually do?
It's like the terrible wizard, except if you roll a 1, then it blows up your own halflings.
That sounds like a goblin.
So you put it on like a square, and it needs to stay on that square. You need to roll a 6. So there's a 5 in 6 chance it doesn't go where you want it anyway.
Mhm.
But it's only 60k.
Yeah, and that's why I think they gave it a little mega trait where it's a 1. So like, you know, the terrible wizard that deviates is 80, so he's 60. So it makes sense, maybe a little cheaper.
The 2 times I used it over the weekend, it did not help me at all.
I didn't think it would, but it's kind of fun. It's still fun.
It's more fun than having a hobbit sitting on the sidelines.
Yeah. I'll say what did help me. Well, I guess we could talk about other. Let's see. So we talked about Great Smoky Mountain Bowl.
So we're about to start talking about Count Rugens.
Let's see. Yeah, Kent Riggins. Kent Riggins is fun. I remember what I took. I think I took ogres. I did. I took ogres.
Did you turn out like last year, over 20?
I think 16.
It dropped off a little bit.
Yeah. It dropped off a little bit.
It's hard
Didn't
with
Howard won with Underworld, so that makes 2 recent tournaments that Underworld has won.
It's really good.
Yeah, I was really impressed. I thought that was, like I said in the, in the sports stats video, it was like, the last few tournaments I'd been, it's been like elves at the top, or Skaven, and so it was cool to see Underworld win.
I think the big thing with Underworld is the recent upgrade to their Star Player Edition, and that's really what puts them over the top, that they can get Skitter, Stab, and the other guy. Now you have a roster with a bunch of cheap players, and then you can just spend the rest on star players if you want to. And that makes them really powerful. It's pretty much like Skitter, his friend Glart, and friends, pretty much is what you get. It's a good list. It's very potent, And I think Underworld are kind of underrated.
I'm thinking of taking them to Oklahoma this in 2020.
That's cool.
Yeah.
probably
taking
a
it.
tournament for that one, but
Yeah, I'm taking them to Crucible just because mine have pumpkin heads, and Crucible has pumpkins.
All right, the Halloweenies are Underworld.
Yeah. But anyways, had fun with it. Like usual. It's a nice one. The special rules in it I liked. I think I like when the weather's rolled for everybody. It takes that extra step away. You don't have to worry about it. You don't have to forget what it was. It's kind of nice.
When did the Count Rugen match fit in? Was it in the middle, the end, the beginning?
That was at the very end.
It was the last round.
Yeah, and that's exactly what killed me. Because if I was matched up against Ken
BRB.
Wood Elves with my ogres, and I had no extra skills, losing 1-0, in my opinion, was a win. because they're wood elves.
Yeah.
Just like, but he played a very good game, and it is what it is. You know.
Yeah, I thought that was a cool gimmick. Yeah, it really like makes because when I was when I thought I might be going and I was making lists, yeah, that's really cool when you have to think about that round. Something you don't want things to rely too much on the skills you're giving them.
Yeah, no, that was cool. I killed a lot of elves. That was fun. I do like killing elves. But anyways, I had fun with that. What did you guys think? Did both of you guys go? I know you went, Jason. Did you go? You didn't go.
No, I wasn't there.
That's right. You couldn't make it. That's right. And you couldn't make it, Chris. You were doing like a carnival or something.
Yeah. I call it Hate Fest. It was fun. I went to a carnival. I brought my family. It was for work, so I was technically working. But during my lunch break, I got an hour with my kids and do rides and stuff like that. So even though it was work, it was fun. I missed being there with you guys, and of course it was a major. But it was cool.
I think it's cool. I was thinking like I think the best thing I liked about that tournament was that the extra kind of like, except for the Count Rugen thing, like the extra rules that were added were nice flavor. Like they didn't completely change everything. They didn't do. One of them was like the free apothecary, the Miracle Max. It's kind of cool, so everybody can have fun. I forget the other rule. I think we get to like.
There was like the vermin of unusual size. There was something with them, right?
Yeah, and it made me paint my Glart, which I really like. I put them on top of Wheel of Cheese.
Oh yeah, that's right. You did the Impact Glart, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I love the Impact Glart. It is my favorite Glart. I know the other Glarts look really good, and they're big, and they're nicely sculpted, and I'm not taking that away from them.
Yeah.
That Impact Glart has so much character.
I like the GW. I mean, Forge World just kind of slightly edges out the Impact for me. I like them both a lot. And since there's two Glarts, you did one for each.
I guess the smaller one can be Junior,
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Yeah. So that was, let's see. That was our Count Rugens. What was next?
Bernie's.
Bernie's. I did not make Bernie's, so you guys have told me about that.
Yeah, you were at the Dice Tower. Dice Tower is the one in July, right?
Yeah. I was at Dice Tower.
February. I get those confused sometimes. Yeah, it went really well. I think we had 12. And I was scrambling at the end to get those Bernies painted. I wasn't happy with the way the mold came out, so I was like, so I did the best. I had to patch them with green stuff. I did the best I could getting them. But Chris, you were asking. I think I do have an extra one because I know you were asking at the tournament.
Yeah.
The Bernie rules were a lot of fun. I think people had fun with it. There was a couple situations that like I hadn't thought of particular situations with Bernie. I can't remember. I think like something in the rules he needs when he activates. He can only activate if he has two friendly players adjacent to him, and if he ends his turn. If he ends his activation and he doesn't have at least one friendly player adjacent to him, he falls down. But I didn't think of, what if he ends his turn, another friendly player, and then that player moves away after his turn. So I think that came up in a couple matches, and I said, well, he stays standing because I didn't say otherwise. So it was interesting. It was a lot of some different. Different things I didn't expect. Nobody scored a Bernie toss touchdown though. That was a long shot. I think I don't know if anybody tried to get him in the end zone, but
Bernie was thrown quite a bit.
He was thrown a lot, yes, which was fun. I mean, that was kind of like that was how I intended the rules. Like that Bernie people would just be beating the shit out of Bernie, throwing him, and
So I played Halflings for the second time ever. First time through a full tournament. And, I played for the Stunty Cup against Jim, who was also playing Halflings. And
right, that was like the second or third game, right? Was the Fling Bowl.
Yeah. I played Jim's second round. There was also William Mayo playing Ogres. I had a lot of fun because, well, the first game I played against Eric's Dark Elves. Eric, who's in chat with us. And it was competitive, 1-0 him to the first half. And then the second half, he beat me 4-0. It was pretty good.
It was Dark Elves versus Halflings. It happened. Big surprise.
The second match, I played Jim Luft, and I casualtied his tree with a foul. For those who don't know, the Bernie player came from the first casualty of the game. So one of Jim Luft's trees was Bernie.
That's right. And then someone threw him.
Whenever he would set up on the line and it was my turn, I would huck him as far away from everyone as possible. So he couldn't activate him or anything like that. Whenever there was a way, I'm like, wait a second, that's Birdie, and I just huck him like 6 squares over. It was so great. In my last match, I played Nick Black, and Nick Black, he was playing. He was doing very well. I think he had a win and a draw at the time, and basically, if he had won against me, and I'm playing Halflings, so good shot he could do it. He was basically going to win the tournament or have a really good shot at it. It ended up being 1-1, and then at the very end of the game, I had taken the ball from him, and I was running down the field with a great screen going on. He had to dodge with a Black Orc, do 2 go-for-its, and try to knock down my Halfling, and he succeeded to stop the second touchdown for a Halfling win. But it was a heck of a game against Nick, so that was fun.
Nick, thing I realized when I was doing the recap for the video, the last video, is like Nick's just tearing shit up this year. He's like I think almost every tournament he's either got most casualties or he won in Atlanta. And I think he won Demolition Ogre too, didn't he?
I won Demolition
Ogre. You won Demolition Ogre. That's right. I think
he won Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah, I know he won Cinco de Mayo.
Nick is the bastard protege of the Eric Howard Evil Union that we've been training here in Gainesville.
You're just churning them out.
He's the first one we converted, and he's just taking off.
Yeah, no, definitely.
I actually have a list.
How long have you been playing for?
Was that a question for me? I heard 2 people talking.
Yeah, how long's Nick been playing for?
8 months, 9 months.
Shit. Yeah,
but that's the board era. That's Blood Bowl. I mean, he's been playing board games for years.
That's true.
I can go find out. You want me to find out? He's next door.
Yeah, I was gonna say I have a list somewhere here in this office of a short interview with Nick, and I went over a bunch of questions.
What?
He's been playing for a year. The guy is leading John by 2 points, all standings. He's averaging about 10 points a tournament. Mm-hmm. And he, just incredible. Like, we have a nice little rivalry going on. I think we're like 1-2-1 with draw. But he came out of nowhere, and he's a great coach.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like
well, he went to the Road to 3 Kingdoms tournament.
Or beats me almost every time, and I don't even think he doesn't do like the piling on stuff like I do. He just kicks the shit out of stuff,
Well, he went to the Road to 3 Kingdoms tournament and got some those orange block dice, numbered dice that he uses every time. I don't know how to describe them, but you can never read what the fuck they actually say.
Yeah, I hate those dice.
I have no idea. He's like, I just can't. All right, I'll take your word for it.
We're making sure.
I think the more we get them, the more he'll use them.
So dice hate, right? It goes Nick Blackie's orange dice are at the top, then John Alberto's perfectly balanced. But
oh wow, something surpassed the perfectly balanced dice.
To me,
I don't hate anybody else's dice. I hate my dice sometimes. Like the dice that I got at Inconceivable were ridiculously bad. I was playing Ken Parks, and they were so bad I started keeping track of the rolls, and they rolled a 1 26% of the time throughout the entire game. That's ridiculous. You're not going to win any games with that.
Well, maybe if you're elves.
I was elves. No, was I elves? No, I was human.
Yeah.
Someone was playing the Twickenheim dice for a long time. Who was that?
Chris.
That was Chris, and then someone was using were you also the one that was using the Crazy Charlie dice for a while?
No.
I don't know who that was. I think somebody was.
I always use dice in every tournament.
Yeah, well, I keep
Way
the
to do it.
Frankenheim dice in my bag, so whenever shit goes downhill, I always have them there.
Pull those things out.
Now,
That's kind of like me with the Black Bark Ridge dice. I have those. I have those in my. I when I start the tournament, I load everything in the cup, the whatever you call it thing, the slammer, and all the dice, and I always throw an extra pair, and that's the extra pair that goes in there. Is the house on Black Bark Ridge. Just gotta like to see the beast of Black Bark Ridge come up.
You guys are all bitches. Man up and play the dice you're given.
No, I usually do. I very rarely switch.
I will usually use the dice at the tournament, but there are some dice that I bought that I never got to use because they were just extra, or like for instance, last Sunny Slam 2, I wanted to use the Grinch dice because they're Alan's dice, so I used them.
Oh, that's true. I never got to use those.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh,
I
that's
haven't used the Grinch dice for anything. Actually, I haven't used the Grinch. I definitely want to. I gotta make a point of using him this year because I know he's legal in all voodoo events this year. So
Yeah.
The next time we have a tournament where there's not dice, because I know we have a couple every year, I'll use the Grinch dice.
Okay. Well, that's
I'm glad you said that. You know what else? I never used the Florida Man dice too, although those dice are crap anyway, right, Florida Man?
the solo cups. I used
No, not
the solo cup and got 26 casualties. I'm happy with that.
Not the solo cup ones, the ones that have Chris's face that were the
right.
fundraiser.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about
It's like a dice for sick children or something, and I can't stand sick children. So.
All right, let's move on. We have the Games Vegas 7s, I think.
Coming up this weekend, correct? Howard's running it.
Well, we have the last one that we went to also, the one that I went to. Other Josh went, Zach went. We went with the big old crew of a lot of the newer players from
it was
Melbourne.
Zach,
just about everybody in the Rookie League, yeah.
Jim.
I brought my Bretonians. I learned some very valuable lessons. Let's see, I think I tied twice and won. Yeah, I had 2 ties and a win. And lesson number 1 is that in 7s, you don't take dirty player. No. That was a bad move. Granny, I have my Bretonians I took, so my peasants are just actual peasants.
I would take Sneaky Git, though, if anybody's listening.
Sneaky Git. No, this is the thing. You have so few skills, you need them to be functional. You can't have them. You can't take a chance and maybe I can foul,
How'd the grandma do? Was she whacking people with that broom?
Yes.
Get off my lawn!
Yes, the grandma did whack a lot of people with that broom. And the Sean's Bretonians, I played Bretonians last round. That's who I beat. His list was a completely different build from mine. So when I play Bretonians, I don't like knights. I take yeomen, and then I take a bunch of peasants. His list was pretty much the opposite. He had all the knights and then peasants. And so
do you take a bunch of Raj yeomen? Wrestle? Well, no, they don't have dodge access, do they?
No. So basically, I had what did I have? I had 1 wrestle and guard, 1 wrestle and tackle, 1. Oh, I forget my other 2 skills. I know I took kick on a peasant.
And who's your ball? I guess
no, I took dirty player and a peasant. And I took sure hands. That's right, on one of the yeomen too.
Yeah.
And the first time you used them at Big Daddy's, you had Griff running, right, with it?
Yes, I had Griff, and I had the first elf that I ever played in a tournament there. Whatever his name is, Dolfar
Longstride,
something like that. Yeah.
So I found the douchiest elf I could possibly find as a miniature, and I put him on the field. And as soon as he was done kicking or doing something useful, I purposely put him in front of my opponent so somebody could kill him, and he died in every match.
Did you get him from John?
No, I got him from Reaper. Games Vegas Sevens was a lot of fun. Howard puts a ton of effort into that. We had 14 people there, and a lot of new coaches too, which is really cool. So
yeah, they got a good crowd. I brought the camels, and I think I just broke even. I think I had win-loss and a draw.
He doesn't like camels. Doesn't like camels. Is one of them at
You
least
would have to
Game
play
Show?
them.
Okay, let's see. That was Games Vegas Sevens. And I think the one after that was Stony Slam 2 we went to.
Yeah.
Just recently.
Yep, yep.
Yeah. All right, guys. So I'm pretty much bottom of the standings with that one. Actually, I feel like I'm bottom, even though it was 3 ties. But what did you guys feel about it?
Yeah, I think you're up higher than me.
I was one below you.
Oh. Hey. Ah.
Yep. I was something like 14 out of 18. The tournament was, for those who don't know, the tournament was designed by a committee. We met on a message board. And I sent a message to Jim Luft and I said, man, we got to have a Stunty Slam 2. And so Ken and Justin Levins liked and commented on it. And we ended up getting together, coming up with the cards, coming up with the rules, coming up with everything. So everybody pitched in a little bit. Jim did the vast majority of the work and contacting people, getting prizes and stuff together. He's super generous. And all in all, it was a great tournament. John Alberto won. But Michael Mars Russell took second.
He's
Cody
still picking up
took
the
third with half.
ball.
All in all, yeah. And the prizes at the end were done by raffle. So
There was a ton of prizes. Yeah, that was really great.
and then you got more for every touchdown.
I won one of them, but it was really great.
Yeah, so some people like John won a tree, but Michael Mars Russell won 2 teams from Impact, and somebody, who was it? Robert Peralta won the Halfling team, and then Justin Levins won the Painted Halfling team. So
Yeah, there was like several full teams, and yeah, that was really good prize support, really good swag.
It was very good.
Swag was amazing. I came back with lots of dice, and it made me happy.
Nope. I'm pretty happy with what I did. I had 3 ties. My last round was rough because the Ogre Negatrade card came up, and pretty much felt like it was a free touchdown. But at least I was trying to go for the win at that point. I wasn't trying to go for the tie.
The Halfling Negatrait results in you losing a third of your team. It's
But my
it was
thing is,
ridiculous.
I didn't want, overall I had fun at that tournament. And so in spite of any criticism, it doesn't matter. Some work went into that stuff and I appreciate it. And it was fun.
What was the Halfling Negatrait? I didn't play Halflings at all, so I didn't.
Your players need to roll a 3+ to take the field for 1 drive. So
it was a second breakfast. It was sweltering heat, but on a 1 or 2, not just a 1.
Oh,
yeah,
so you
that was
play
rough.
before the start of the drive, and then they have to see if they all come out. Huh.
Yeah. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
depending on your roles, I guess you could conceivably not be able to field the team, although that'd be pretty unlikely.
Or vice versa, you might field everybody. But.
It gave Chris a super easy touchdown, that's for sure.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Rumbelow stayed off the field. Trees weren't affected by it. But
Yeah.
his star stayed
Although
off the field.
star player trees were affected by it.
Yeah.
Not
Well,
that I'm aware of those.
all stars have to be treated the same. So even though it doesn't make sense,
That's communist.
yeah, a little bit.
We got ourselves a red in our mist here.
So yeah, it was fun. My first match, I played Brad Fritz, and his lizard men just wore me down, beat me down. Second match, oh man, what's his name? He got Wooden Spoon. Forgot his name. He's playing golf.
It's not Jeremy, is it?
Jared.
Jared. There it is.
Played Jared. I ended up winning that one, but everything wrong happened. His troll ate his Doom Diver.
Delicious.
all of his people failed all their rolls. So I got lucky on that match. He was so much fun to play. The guy has a great sense of humor. He's a kick. And my third match I played against Eric, and he pulled it out 2-1.
It's all dice.
Cool. I know. I don't know if a troll eats a Doom Diver. Is that the equivalent of him eating wings? I think I went out for wings.
Oh.
Yeah.
That was a really sweet looking troll too. I know Jim posted a picture of that when he ate the troll that ate the Doom Diver. Nicely painted troll.
I told Jared he should make a little sign and troll shame him.
Yes.
I eat my own team.
Well, it's hard for him to squirm out. You know, the wings and the that whole Da Vinci contraption he's wearing.
Yeah. No, my I can say I was in to win for just about all of my matches except for the last one, and that's because it's where you set everything up, and you might be rolling average just to get there. Like you have your failures, have everything else, but there's always that like one roll that you absolutely have to have, whether it's that pickup or that dodge, and you saved everything. Like I needed a 2, and I got a guy with pro. He just has to dodge out of the way, and I'm pretty much home free. Happened every game for me to get the win, and then I spent the rest of the game backpedaling to try to get my tie. So pretty much has been my season. But dice come and dice go, and it is what it is. Just ride through it, It's all in all, it's never all dice. Your opponents make decisions too. If they make you roll, then they did their job.
So my first match was against Clay, and I played my first 2 matches were against ogres. Clay brought his ogres, and I think he won 2-0. I mean, of course, I was just trying to kill shit. So then I played Adam the second game, and that was the most notorious game because that was the gingerbread the Candyland Cavity Causers versus the Ralph Wiggum squad, which was the little pom pom with the googly eyes. So that was a very psychedelic looking match. I know Jim posted that picture, and it got a lot of attention on the Blood Bowl community.
Yeah. Now, I really liked your team, Jason. That was so cool. I know you showed me a little bit of that earlier when you were putting them together.
Mm-hmm.
You know, with some of the coolest stuff. One thing I never learned how to do was molds or anything like that. I think that's awesome what you do.
Thank you.
I might be really good at painting. I can mod a few things, the green stuff and all, but I never went as far as to make molds or do anything like that. So it's really awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first time I had done it, and this until when I did it for Bernie, it'd been a few years, so I kind of was a little bit rusty at it, and that's why Bernie's I didn't like the way he came out very well. But the gummy bears, I was pretty happy with how they came out.
Love the gummy bears.
And that was I was getting to the 2 days before the tournament, and I'm like, well, goddamn! I'm glad I have a bag of gummy bears in the refrigerator because I'd never tried doing this with resin. I was like, this shit don't work. I'm just bringing the real ones. But no, it really came out great. I was completely happy with how the effect looked with the way the color was and the way the way they looked. People thought they were real. So.
Yeah, no, I wanted to eat them. It's true.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I didn't have a craving for gingerbread until I saw them. Then I did. Let's see here. But I all in all, Study Slam was fun. I had so much fun. I painted a bunch of miniatures for the tournament. And I'm glad that they went to the people they went to also. I'm glad. It's all random. I'm glad with anybody gets a miniature, but John was super stoked to get me. To get my bear miniature, and then you had, because that's the first one he actually won, and then you had Sean got that halfling ref, and he's thinking about, because he's kind of teaching his kid Blood Bowl, and his kid really likes to play halflings, so that might be like the first thing that he gets for that. And I put all my tickets into the halfling thing, thinking that if I won it, I was just going to give this up to Sean, but I'm glad it still went to the other guy. It was Robert Peralta, I think, so that's really cool. Some people got stuff that it's really cool that they got it. It really fit, and it's kind of random that it did, but it's nice. I know Adam won the halfling coach with the shirt on that says "I eat Blood Bowl" on it. So really cool, and he was pretty stoked about that too. So a lot of fun, a lot of people getting stuff and neat stuff they wanted. I can't thank Jim enough because every time he does a Study Slam, he goes in the hole a bunch of money. So I try to donate as much as I can, like my paint jobs and stuff like that. So I'm just glad that he did it.
Yeah.
No, Jim puts on a good tournament.
Couldn't have done it without him, yeah.
Yeah. But that's what makes it fun there. Let's kind of move right along here. Let's see. Talk better tournaments. Let's do. There we go. I had a list. I mean, that's what James.
Alberto just logged in to the chat. Hi, John.
John, congratulations on your win, sir. Very well deserved.
Yep.
Let's see here. Now that you're here, all right, we're up to Sports Desk. You want to go and talk about that, Jason?
Yeah. So anyone who saw the last video I did, the recap of Blood Bowl Bernie's, and I added something at the end. The final segment was an idea that I had for doing the Sports Desk, because the issue that I've been having is, and that's why I didn't. That's why I'd been a few months. Was just coming up with ideas. So like I recap stuff, and then then it was a few months, and then I had like so much stuff that like, oh geez, I got to talk about. Like I have like 6 or 7 tournaments that I had to I wanted to recap. But each month, I was trying to come up with have an idea of what a theme was going to be and that kind of thing. So, and also I was thinking that I wanted to kind of broaden it a little bit as far as, because everybody down here really likes them, and we all get the references, and we all like to laugh at John Alberto when I make fun of him.
We do like to laugh at him.
And he, and John's, he's so great. He just loves. I'm making fun of him. It doesn't matter. I told him, he gets a little thrill every time his name is invoked. I know, so I wanted, to do something more like a general Blood Bowl style thing, so that even people that don't necessarily get the references of everything that's going on down here, would find something that was that was cool about it. So I had an idea of doing, why don't I just do have Rufus and I will announce a Blood Bowl, just announce Blood Bowl games like an actual game, and then during the halftime I'll do a recap, do a quick recap of whatever was going on Blood Bowl that month. So I decided I was okay. I'm going to try to do it with stop motion, with that, using actual miniatures. And so I did. I shot test footage. I did about 2. I think each team did 3 turns, and it took about like an hour to film it. And just doing shots. And then when I went in, because this was basically just a basic test, I just wanted to see, just if I could even do this, if it was going to look anywhere, decent. So it was very minimal lighting. I just used like 1 frame rate across the board. I think it was like each picture was up for, each image was up for, I think, 1/10 of a second. And that's why, because really mainly what I wanted to see was how they looked when they moved across, when they did their move actions, and I thought they looked very, very good. I took enough different pictures where it was fairly smooth, them moving across around the board. And because I did all 1 frame rate, that's why a lot of when you actually had knockdowns and blocks going on, it was just kind of a blink and you miss it thing, because there's only so many different shots you could do of that, of the knockdown action. And I'm, as it is, I was having them, I would have the player, the miniature, actually go into the space with the down player, and then kind of move back a little bit back into the space that he's actually occupying, just to give it a few more shots to have a longer animation. But when I was doing it at the same frame rate as I did everything else, it had the tackles were, the tackles and blocks were just really, really quick. It was hard, you barely saw them. But basically, I liked, I found out what I needed to know about, before attempting this. And so I'm going to do, it's going to be a bracket tournament. There's going to be 32 teams. I have 20, 5 of them I think already built, and I'm hoping to have. I know I have 2 that I'm painting now. I know I'm gonna have Josh paint 1 for me this year, and I think I'm gonna try to do another 1 or 2 so that I have next year to do a couple build a couple more teams. And I already did the I did the. This was the first time I was excited about the idea. I mean, I drew all the names out of the hat. I got all the pairings for the first round, and so it's gonna have. I'm gonna do some computer generated effects with After Effects and things like that. I'm gonna have actually the dice shown. Like in Blood Bowl, like in the computer game, where you actually see what each dice roll is. Have a little something for the different things that happen in the game. The kickoff results, and I have some fun ideas. I'm gonna actually have a stadium. I'm gonna have stands. I took lots of pictures of Tombstone Frank's setup at which is beautiful. The one that he had when he was doing the podcast at Three Kingdoms. So we have the stands, and I had the idea. The stands are all going to be meeples. It's just going to be like I'm going to get a pack of 100 meeples for $10, and the meeples will just go up all in the stands and in the pitch invasion. The meeples are just going to swarm out and just beat the shit out of players. I was thinking of having meeples.
Whoa! Wait a minute. What did I just hear about fucking meeples? What now? 100 meeples? I'm shutting this shit down.
That's what I was thinking about.
No, I'll buy 100 miniatures from Impact before I see 100 fucking meeples in that stand. All the meeples are getting burned at the camping trip. That's why.
I am very excited for that camping trip.
In addition to the meeples, those little pom guys like Adam had, and then doing some of the little yellow, green, and red clue pawns, and having them in the riot, having them just swinging the weapons around, have for throwing rocks, have one throw a lead pipe on the field and beating the guy with it. So I have a lot of ideas for that. But what I realized was that I didn't want to go right into from doing that very basic stop motion test to doing all these different elements at once and being overwhelmed. So I'm going to do kind of a second test. And what I came up with, I'm going to do a full game. It's not going to have the dice. It's not going to have anything. It's going to have the ball, but that's pretty much all it's going to have as far as anything I'm adding in After Effects. And then I'm going to have the the sounds on the field, which are basically the impact sounds, cries of pain and death and things like that, and tackling sounds. Some possibly player dialogue for each of the different teams. I have some ideas for things from sounds they're going to make or things they're going to say. And then over that will be, that'll be kind of a low background noise, just like in a real game, crowd noise and that kind of thing. And then Rufus and I will be announcing it. And they won't be doing the animation. You'll just be hearing us. And then I'll have the subtitles for Rufus. So I don't think we're doing, and it won't be doing the scans or anything like that, or any of the kickoff, any of those kind of special things I want to do for it. It'll just be basic board, some more lighting, better angles. I have a boom arm to put the camera on that I ordered, so I could do better, do angles better and easier and get better views of the. I'm going to order a couple more lights. So the idea is I'm going to do an all-star game because I have the 26 teams. I've got the 32 teams. I have them all made. So I'm going to take a player from each team, one of the skilled players. And it's going to be a 2.5 million point game, and then just it'll be kind of a way to introduce the teams, and so that'll be basically my second test before I actually start doing the full project. I'm hoping to have this one done in August at some point. I think I'm going to try to film it before Don't Tase Me, and then sometime after Don't Tase Me, I'll probably post it up. Hopefully I'll have it done and post it up. There'll probably be another video I'm going to do in August. It's just basically going over the teams. I'm going to it's going to be pretty much just audio. Again, I'm not going to do the animation for me and Rufus, but it's just going to be going through each of the rosters, because my idea with it was, and to get interest in it, was because, okay, it's a bracket tournament, you got to gamble. So it's going to be, players, we're going to do the first round, 16 games. Players pick how many, pick the winners. If it's a tie, pick the score for each game. They'll go to the score if people have the same amount of one person has not a win in those 16 games. And at the end of the first 16, which is basically half the whole tournament, will be the winner will get I figured either because of the timing of it, it might be out the next edition of Blood Bowl box set, which I hear is coming in 2020. I think I heard it was coming sometime next year, or a box GW box team and accompanying pitch of their choice. So have something to get people watching, get people interested, and I'll do like I said, I'll do a video sometime in August that just basically goes over the rosters, what each team is, so people can get their meta on, and I'm gonna be playing both sides. The thing with Blood Bowl as opposed to some other board games and some other strategy tabletop games is other than the as far as strategy goes, other than the roster building itself and picking the skills and star players in your team and doing basically having your overall game plan, I think most of the skill is basically reacting to what your opponent just did last turn, and then planning out your turn. Planning out the order of things that you want to do by least risk to most risky. And basically making use of like the time, the players, and kind of like resource management with your rerolls. So my idea is to basically go in. And it's like, okay, well, I'm going to go in and I'm going to play the best 32 rounds that I could possibly play, and I think that will give it a an impartial, basic, a fairly a good game. Because it's going to take us 10 hours to shoot a whole game, and that's like it can't. We're talking about 20-minute turns just to play a turn. I know Chris Nelson's would have the vein throbbing in the forehead if it was John would be twitching if we're somebody took a 20-minute turn for it. So it's hard to have other people do this. So it's kind of, especially if you don't get the fun of doing all the creative stuff, and that's a chunk of time. So yes, I'll be doing both sides. And I'm basically gonna have, and I'll explain when I do this in the video when I'm talking about the rosters, basically how I'm gonna approach it. It's gonna be, there's not. I'm gonna do differently than I usually play. Whereas there's no most casualties award to win. So even I do have, because I like bashy teams, there are a few teams that have the piling on stuff like that, but they're all going to be playing the football. They're all going to be trying to move it and score. The ones that have player removal as a strategy to try to win through attrition and score later in the game, they'll be doing that, but they're still going to be playing offense and trying to advance the ball. I'm not gonna, I'll have the Allen Man rule in effect, where only the Allen Man ghost rule in effect, where the first time you have a chance to score without having to make a risky die roll, players going in. And that's really not because I think there's anything wrong with playing like that. It's just that would make it harder to be able to play both sides, because then you are thinking more than one turn in advance. You're thinking, okay, well, once you start using the turns as a strategy, then it's harder to play as both sides. So I'm pretty much, as soon as a team can score, it's just going to score. And I'm hoping to get started on this. I'm hoping to start filming. I have a few more miniatures that I have to paint. Because, like I said, some of the teams haven't been built yet, so I'm going to do one miniature from each of those teams just to get them on the pitch. And I'm hoping to have something to show you guys by the end of August.
Well, we're looking forward to it. As soon as we saw the trailer, I was actually really impressed by that. So definitely,
thank you.
Going to be a lot of work for you for all those games, but totally worth it.
Yeah, it's for me, it's going to be. I think it's going to, because a lot of times, if it's creative stuff, and I don't know. Josh, if you get like this too, where I get the creative stuff can be intimidating to me, even though I love doing creative stuff, but sometimes it's hard for me to start, or I get kind of intimidated. I say, okay, sometimes I'd rather, I'll set up the next 3 Gloomhaven scenarios, that Cecilia and I are going to play through before I'll paint, just because that's something that's just okay. It's kind of filling an order, picking things out and putting them in, looking what's going to be in this thing, in this scenario, pulling the pieces out that you need. So I think doing this, I think what is encouraging for me about this project is most of it is, but most of the time, which is the filming, is going to be kind of like more of a relaxing, because I could sit there and do, a Sudoku or crosswords, or, I could just sit there for hours, and it's kind of like relaxing for me. So it's going to be kind of like that kind of thing where it's almost just like doing a puzzle for 10 hours. So I think I don't think I'll be intimidated by the actual filming of the game itself. I think it'll be, when it comes to, okay, what are Rufus and I going to talk about? But I think by then, once I have the preliminary footage, and once I'm building that and adding the things in that are definitely going to be in there, like the sounds and things like that, then once I could actually have a game and watch it a couple times, then I think it'll make it easier for me to come up with a few things, and hopefully humorous comments for us to say. So I think if the creative work was with the stuff that had to get front loaded, the stuff that was up front, I don't think I would try to do this. I think being able to have the most of the footage done and have that momentum and excitement going into where the really hard part for me starts, I think is what's going to help push it through each time I have to do one of the games. I'm getting some
I don't know. I believe in momentum, especially when it comes to painting. I don't really get intimidated by starting because I paint so much now. But I don't know. I just kind of keep going. My momentum isn't a team anymore. It's not one model. It's the next project.
So, Florida Blood Bowl chat says John is going to dress like Griff Oberwald and take the ball from his wife, who's dressed like a war dancer. Watch it in the bathroom during your alone time. Kind of in a pro there, but all right, I'll watch it.
The when you would send me that, I think that was you, Chris, that sent me when I was looking for the mailbag episode for the Diabolical Sports Desk. I think you asked about the murder, Mary Fuck Kill for the star player, right? Yeah. Josh asked, and actually I had the responses like kind of basically written. I know Ken asked where babies come from. Josh asked, actually that's usually Josh's question, so that's
true.
Change of pace kind of threw me off a little. Josh asked about bears and period blood, I think, which Joshua, I'm surprised is shocked, I say. But and then you asked about the star player Mary Fuck Kill, and it was gonna be. I think it was gonna be after I think I was gonna Zara I was gonna screw, I think, because I wouldn't want to marry her because she's got a knife and she just castrate me the first time I pissed her off. And I was going to kill Griff Oberwald just to make John Alberto cry.
Oh. Good goals.
Hey, I got something I want to show you guys. Everybody's been talking about a way to display their
pants on.
That's for later. That's our own chat, Josh. Remember.
Gotcha.
So everybody's been talking about this way of displaying their dice. So I went out to Hobby Lobby and I got myself one of those shadow box frames. So it's not all the way full yet. I still get the space up top here for new tournaments. But so far, that's what I got.
Oh, wow. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
How many dice can you fit in that, Chris?
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So there's 12 in a line. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So that'd be 121 dice thus far. And I'd say there's room for
another 50 or 60 more.
Yeah, so 150.
Cool.
Did they have any larger ones?
Yeah, but the larger they get, the deeper they get. This size is just perfect where the dice touch the glass. In order to make it work, I don't know if you can see.
Yeah.
I was going to ask how deep that was. Yeah, if you had to get a certain depth.
Perfect depth. But I had to put this blue foam in the side. I cut that out and made sure that it was glued in safely. And that way it cushions my dice and extra space.
Oh, just for all the dice to fit in a row. I got you.
And you can see their faces, so they're not hidden behind this part here.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
I thought the Games Vegas Cabana Boy was supposed to be making notes for people.
So Houseboy, one of his first roles as Houseboy is going to be making me one of those. But apparently, whatever co-op he goes to make that thing broke the. There's some special machine. No, there's some hippie ass co-op he goes to, and one of the hippies broke the whatever machine you used to make that thing.
Next time they got to put the soap by the machine.
I guess I don't know.
I know he's a hippie, but he's still aware that he has to pay for it, right?
Gainesville is covered with co-op. It's part of what I like about this town, actually.
Yeah, except for when you're growing vegetables in a co-op and then everybody steals your fucking cucumbers.
Well, that's what I pee on.
If they're stealing them, it's where they're putting them.
That's a good point. Good
And Jim's gone.
Yeah, that was a good line to exit on.
All right, and so with that, we segue into Josh, right? Josh, you wanted to talk about something?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's do it. All right. Breathe. Thanks. All right. Let's see. I can see again. All right.
Oh, Chris, can you publish, like, on the group chat, whatever that product was? Like, what's the name of the actual product and how you built it? So I can go
Sure.
buy it.
Well,
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Awesome, thanks.
Oh, the shadow box.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be great.
So I think next we have, let's see, upcoming tournaments is our next thing to come up after the sports desk. Mine's not April, obviously, but I wanted to turn this more into let's look at some of the different tournaments coming up and see the rules that we really like in them, and maybe some things that can help people that are going to them. You know, maybe some tips.
Good idea.
That
Yeah.
sounds kind of close to meta-ing.
Well, you know, it's a little close. Some people do like to read things, Eric. You know, they might know.
I'm glad you say that because I actually I know we've been on for a while, but I did want to discuss the upcoming tournament at Games Vegas. When we get to it, the Popo's Don't Taste Me Bowl. Got some ideas that I think newer players might enjoy hearing about, maybe.
Mhm.
A little bit of research into it.
So absolutely, and that's probably the second thing we'll get to. The first thing we don't want to forget about is the Games Vegas Sevens. All right, so this is not Voodoo. This is a Sevens tournament, and with this one, it's a pretty standard build for Sevens. Wins 20, a tie is 10, a loss is nothing, but it is points for touchdowns, so 2 points for touchdowns and 1 point for casualty. So in games like this, where it goes to points and points for touchdowns, if you're looking to win, build a touchdown machine. Build something with movement 8, movement 9, that's going to score lots of extra points, right? Then again, this is tips if you just want to win.
And the kick skill.
As always,
Yeah,
still
so
the most powerful skill in
starting gold 700 is pretty standard, no more than 11. You get 4 specialist players. You can purchase 1 double reroll, and 100 of your 700 can be used on the skills. Okay, and skills can be taken maximum of twice, and no more than 2 skills. So I think, to be honest, the first thing that you take care of in a sevens is the ability to handle the ball. So either somebody who picks up the ball on a 2-up or somebody who has sure hands. Okay. Preferably, I go with somebody with sure hands because if somebody else takes strip ball, then their strip ball doesn't matter. That's if they take it. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. All right. That'd be the first thing. The second thing I would go for is guard. Guard was a game breaker, game changer for me, I should say. And by bar none, it is the best skill you can have in Blood Bowl. It's good on defense, it's good on offense, it never fails, it doesn't end your turn, and it's just about always helpful. Versus, it's just about every situation. So I would suggest some guard. The obligers are fun, but unless you have an entire team of obligers, don't depend on that to hold the ball. Okay, I regularly orcs Other teams that start with people with block will take tackle or will take wrestle, and usually your blodging doesn't matter when that happens to you. Okay, so just it might be nice to have a blodger, but don't depend on it. You know,
Eric, what team were you using when you won? You won the first one, right?
I don't remember. Which one? I don't know.
The Game Vegas Sevens.
Like 2 weeks ago at Amazon's, just all
The
block.
Amazons.
I did exactly what Josh just told everybody not to do. I'm not even kidding. Again, I don't meta.
you know. But I mean, that's the thing. That's what I mean by one. So if you have like one guy with blodge, it doesn't matter. Amazons are kind of exempt from that because you get everybody as blodge.
Yeah.
And it does. Then it matters all the time. So.
Yeah, Amazons are absolutely one of the top 3 sevens teams in my opinion. Skaven, Amazons, and then after that, probably Wood Elves maybe.
Yeah,
I do really
that's
well
what I
with
won
Wild.
Knuckles Wild 2 with was the Amazons. My tournament.
Yeah. So I mean, here's the thing: if you're looking to win, if you really want to place high, I would suggest one of those teams. Pre-standard sevens tournament. Your first priority is to pick up the ball. Your second priority is to find a way to guard it, and your third one is to find a way to take it away. So as long as you have skills to cover those 3 things, the only thing you got to worry about is your own strategy. So it's pretty easy to do with only 100,000 in skills. Then you have 5 regular skills, pretty much. So let's see. But that's the Games Vegas Sevens. Anything else for Games Vegas Sevens for anybody?
Yeah. Just to add on to that, guard is game breaking, especially if you're playing elves. Having one guard can really make a difference.
It's
And
a double for you, isn't it, for elves?
yeah, but it's worth taking. And the other thing
Fair
is,
enough.
every serious team should have kick. I mean, if you're playing a slower team, you don't need kick so much. But sevens is built for speed, and kick is the best skill in sevens. So
I wouldn't go that far. Well, against certain teams it is.
it is.
I don't play the slow team, so I don't feel like kick has a huge impact on my game.
Well, what it can do is it can make it so you kick it in no man's land, so it's in your tackle zones and harder to pick up.
Yeah, that's what Howard did to me when me and I played, because he put the ball right on his goal line. It worked almost.
Yeah.
I don't play speedy. I don't play elves and Skaven very often. I haven't played Skaven yet. That's my next one I'm doing. How do you deal with the slow bashy hitty teams when you're playing? When you're on the other side of that. Because I think it was my first game or my second game, and I played orcs and I played Zach playing orcs. And I had no idea what to do with you had the orc cage, and I'm like, what the fuck do I do now?
Just don't get in base-to-base contact with them. I mean, they only have 6 turns, and they get 1 blitz, and they don't start with any models on the same line as you.
Mm-hmm.
So just stay away from them.
Do your I suggest the buddy system. I've done this before, where you do rows of 2 separated by 2 spaces, and you kind of you put one above the other a little bit. That does really well to go against cages. It's also a pretty good elven defense.
Yeah, because I felt so stupid in that game. The first thing I tried, I said, well, I'm just gonna move everybody back. And then I realized that was stupid because that just lets him walk his full movement right up. And I was like, okay, well then I'm going to try to base players and keep him from being. So I had guys going all the way around. I was so happy with myself that I had like the whole I had his whole cage surrounded, and I forgot one part, the front. Nobody in the front. He moved the orc out of the way and just ran the goblin to the end zone.
I don't think I've ever even seen anybody take orcs in sevens. It's hard for me to imagine a team worse than orcs at sevens.
I have taken orcs at sevens, and
They're all going to be slow. They're not
Yeah,
dynamic. They have no agility. I mean, what are they going to do?
They're movement 6. Yeah, movement 6 and 4 blitzers.
The blitzers are movement 6. The linos are 5. The thrower, I'm pretty
4
sure.
of your 7 players. That's 4 of your 7, 4 blitzers. Then you can, because they come with block and they're movement 6, which is decent. They become little Swiss Army knives. You give 1 tackle, you give 1 guard, you give 1 wrestle. Whatever you need to do.
Yeah, Zach came in. I think he ended up in second place, and he brought troll, 2 goblins, and
Yeah,
don't
that
know
was
if he had a
awesome.
blitzer or not.
He told me about his list. I was like, well, that sounds like a lot of fun. Good on Zach though. Zach's doing really good for a new coach.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, he's very
Was
intelligent.
Big Daddy's his first one? Was he the one you were playing at Big Daddy's?
He was the first one. I played in my last round, and John played in the first round. And you can tell when somebody is a Blood Bowl coach when they go to their first tournament and their first game they lose like 7-1, and they still want to play the game afterwards.
Yeah. That was a trial by fire playing John Steve in the first
Well,
round.
you, my friend, you are definitely a Blood Bowl coach. Let's see.
They're thrown in the
okay.
deep end.
But anyways,
Has anybody
that's
taken goblins to 7s before?
yes. I have won with 7s and goblins.
What'd you take?
It was pretty ridiculous. I forget the skill package, but pretty much I had a ball and chain that was like moving 5 spaces and punching people. Yeah, it's yeah. It was pretty ridiculous. It was
Not
fun.
what I would have thought, but I guess you could, couldn't you? I mean, the ball and chain seems like it'd be useless because there's no line of scrimmage.
Well, it's a small area. It's a
It
very
is,
small area.
but
So
I mean, it
you
takes
play a
you
little
2
bit of
full
defense.
turns just to get to the other side.
you just play a
assuming
little
they
bit of
haven't
defense.
moved.
That's all. Remember, you don't have to field them. You can wait till your second half. I didn't field them my first half. I don't think.
That's true, and
Yeah.
you can kind of sit behind them.
And give him defense. You know, ultimately, I used him as one of the corners of my cage. I would have him like see where he ended up, and then that's where my new cage would go. Sometimes I went backwards. That's all right. That's what it is. Goblins. But chainsaws are really good in 7s. I mean, you just
That's what I would
eliminate one player, eliminate, and then if you have enough gold, then you can take star players, take 2 chainsaws and put them both on the
There's
pitch.
no stars in 7s, I thought.
No, maybe not. I don't know. Seems like we have stars everywhere these days.
You know,
Let's see.
I guess I could take a bomber. I mean, smaller. I could take a bomber.
Bombers, I wasn't as well. Maybe next time I'll try it. I'll probably give them Hail Mary. Let's see. Let's go over. So we go. I think right after that is Don't Tase Me Bowl, right?
Tombstone in between that.
What do we have? What's next?
Tombstone in between Gaines Vegas.
Tombstone.
Yeah, let's talk about Tombstone. Yeah, our friends over at
Tombstone,
Pensacola.
you know?
Yeah.
That really looks like a lot of fun.
Tombstone Cup 2. I'm your Huckleberry. Technically, it should be Huckleberry, I think, right? But that's all right. Let's see. I'll be your Huckleberry. Let's see here. Let's look at the rules for this. We have. That's the
I
discussion.
remember you get a bonus to your final points by like 3 if you have a player that has passed naturally, which is pretty cool. Human thrower, orc thrower, stuff like that.
Oh, that's kind of a cool thing.
Passers. So
3 games of Blood Bowl. Let's see here. Cost is $15. Wait, where's the event detail? It's not under about. Oh, here we go. Here, it's on a post. All right, Tombstone. Here we go. $15 registration. Not bad. Not bad at all. You get a bunch of swag. All right, so skill build. So you get 1.2 million to build a team. No star players, reserved for tier C and D teams only. And each team must have 11 players. Star players are available after 11 players have been purchased. Skill packages are free, and you just get a skill package with this. So tier A, Chaos Dwarf, Dark Elf, Instrument, Orc, Undead, Wood Elf, 4 skills. Tier B, Amazon, Dwarf, High Elf, Necromantic, Norse, Skaven, Bretonnians, 5 skills and 1 double. Tier C, 6 skills, 3 doubles. Chaos, Chaos Pact, Elf Union, Human, Khemri, Nurgle, and Khorne. Elf Union got a field day with that.
yeah, no kidding.
They can take a star player, and they get 3 doubles and 6 skills. Wow. All right.
Yeah,
And they get that bonus.
Elf Union is usually above High Elf.
Yeah, well, you know, that's the thing. And it's never wrong or right. It just does what it is. I see
Right.
Elf Union next to Khemri, and I don't know, the inside of me kind of curls up a little bit and falls over. But here we are. That's okay. Let's see. Tier D, 8 skill up to 4 doubles. Goblin, Halfling, Ogre, Slon, Underworld, and Vampire. Oh, that's pretty cool. Put Slon down here in Tier D. So 4 doubles. Yeah. Each player can receive no more than 2 added skills, regular or double. There's a 2 skill limit on skill bestowment. So you can have 2 guard skills, 2 block, etc.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, makes sense. Tier C and D have access to bribes, Master Chef, and star players. Okay, so there you go. So 1.2 million team build. We see some favorites here. So let's see, your Tier A. Tier A getting 4 skills. Let's see. Well, Dark Elf are still good here. You have your guys' agility 4 and pass and stuff. So
All 6 of those teams are going to be competitive.
Yeah.
In almost any build.
Yeah, it's true. Lizardmen Tier 1, interesting though. They have no sure hands. They will always fail to pick up.
Yeah. But I mean, they're probably the strong, other than maybe Khemri, they've got to be the strongest team in the game.
What, Lizardmen?
Yeah.
No.
Who's stronger than Lizardmen other than Khemri?
Lizardmen are one-dimensional. That's the issue with them. If I kill your skinks, your strength 4 guys can't do anything with the ball.
He means literal strength.
Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah, they outstrength everybody except Khemri.
Oh no, ogres. Ogres are the strongest team.
Well, yeah, and ogres. That's true.
That's right.
But I mean, I don't think Lizardmen are too worried about Khemri or ogres.
Vampire strength 4.
Yeah, but there's only 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah, you get 6.
Yeah, but no competitive vampire player is taking 6 vampires.
Challenge accepted.
All right, have at it.
Let's see here.
The best teams for that tournament, just off the top of my head, are probably Human and Elven Union, because they get the skills, the access to stuff, and they're just good.
Yeah.
Elf Union is amazing.
Doubles. No, 3 doubles. 6 skills, 3 doubles. That's
And
really good. And a star player, so that's really cool for them. This would be a good tournament for them.
They are they're Tier C humans.
I'm sorry?
They're Tier C.
Yeah, they're Tier C.
Yeah.
And then you have Khemri or Tier C as well. This might be a fun one for them to try.
Take a player with pass. You get the extra points. It could be for a tiebreaker.
Oh yeah, where's the pass thing?
It's down at the bottom under scoring.
Let's see. 2 turns, roster.
Oh, is it that sharpshooter thing? So as long as you have a player that's got the pass skill, you get 3 bonus points?
Yep.
Just for
Skaven
having
Girl
a
has
player?
that, right?
So hold on. So you're going to have humans, orcs,
Oh, there it is. Yeah,
Nord.
sharpshooter.
Amazons, Skaven, Khemri, Pro Elves,
Huh.
High Elves, Wood Elves. Dark Elves do not have the pass skill.
Nope.
Bonus points. 5 points for pitch clear. Good luck. And 3 points for sharpshooter. If a player on your team has access to non-doubles passing skills and has the skill pass, access to the passing skills, that tells me that you have to be able to add it. It can't just come with it.
Well, Ken Atkinson is on the chat, so maybe he can clarify. Because the way I read it, the player has to start with pass. But if not, that's too. Ken, if you could weigh in on that in the chat, we'll let everybody know as soon as we figure it out from you.
Yeah, I interpreted it the same way you did, Chris. So
Access to non-doubles passing skills.
I thought it just meant you need to have.
Well, it says non-doubles, so that's why I'm wondering. Like, if it was the one that it came with, it doesn't matter if it's doubles or whatnot. It just comes with the guy. Maybe that's just my. I don't know. I do kind of live in left field in a box. Let's see. Let's see. Prizes and items of note. You get tournament champion. Listen above with all the awards. Oh, here it is. All right, so Quick Draw is most TDs. That's good. Tombstone Award, most casualties. Daisy Award is the Stunning champion. Stunning team with the most points. Wide Award, second place. Ringo Award, third place.
There's Ken. So Ken says that the player has to have access to non-doubles pass skills and the pass skill. So I think that's the way Chris and I understood it.
And the pass skill.
Right. So players that come with pass. So
So it
three.
basically just has to come with pass.
So 3 elves, orcs, humans, Amazons, Norse. What else did they say? Khemri,
Skaven.
they have it, and Skaven. Yeah, there might
Okay.
be one or two more.
Okay, but yeah, is that 3 points per game, or is that 3
Yeah.
points total?
That's what he just said. Yeah, it's 3 points
Wow.
per total of 9 for the tournament.
Yeah. Okay. Well. Okay.
Wow.
So if you're looking for a leg up in this tournament, start with one of those teams. Definitely, there's 9 points
So,
right off the bat.
Can I double tap that and play a roster with 2 human throwers and get 6 points? No, seriously, think about it. Because most of those positionals are 0 to 2. The passers are all 0 to 2.
They
I
are.
thought you got meta.
I don't know if it's one per team or not. It doesn't say.
No, I don't meta. That's the best thing I've come up
That's
with.
what
Is take 2
he's
passers.
doing.
That is the
Yeah,
antithesis of what you
go.
do in a tournament.
I don't know why you're so against metaing.
I'm not going to waste time on that shenanigans.
You just did though.
All right, I'm out of here. Y'all have fun.
So, yeah, sounds like a fun tournament. And there's special play too. Special play cards. I know one of them is going to have to do with passing. I think it gives somebody a Hail Mary pass and something else. The other ones I'm not too sure about, though.
Okay. Still, this looks like a lot of fun. I know last time I was at the first Tombstone one, a really cool little trophy is the little sheriff stars on it. That was neat. I like my Stony Cup. That was fun. Let's see. But yeah, definitely go to this. This looks like a really cool tournament to go to. The everything here, and the store that we went to was a really nice store to go to, a nice space and everything else. So definitely consider it.
There's a good chance that
Yeah.
Courtney Stevenson and Dwayne will be there as well. So fingers crossed they come because those guys are cool as heck.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Cool. I miss Dwayne.
Yeah, thinking about this one because I didn't get to go to the first one. So
Okay, next, I suppose we go to Don't Tase Me Bowl.
that looks like fun.
Hosted by Howard. So just don't break the law while you're there. Mr. Much let him see you. Let's see. I guess technically if you cheat, are you breaking the law? I don't know. Let's see. All right, so what do we have here? We have a team build for Street Bowl. So 700K. You get a magic potion for free. You can buy skills. Rerolls cost double. Inducements, the only inducements allowed: magic potions, bribe, and halfling master chef. So those are the only inducements allowed. It's like, and I don't see. Yeah, I don't see a limit on max 1 skill per player, but I don't see a limit on how much gold that you spend on skills. So that's interesting. You can give every player 1 skill, but you can use many points as you want to use skills on these guys.
Yep.
And let's see here. What do we have? We Are the Law. Fouling. The purpose tournaments are watched over by investigators from Internal Affairs. After rolling, see if you were caught fouling per the normal rules. If the player was not caught, roll a d6 on the 1 before the player has been caught and sent to jail. Be tased repeatedly. Bribe may be used as normal to prevent this. Being sent off in this way counts as a casualty for the other team on a 5 to 6. They are not caught fouling and play continues as normal. Goblin teams ignore this rule due to their yearly donations to the police officers' ball.
So basically, don't foul unless you're goblins.
Yeah, pretty much. There you go.
Yeah.
Or, if you just want to foul because, fouling is fun. Let's see here. Bribes, usable per normal rules. Usable after 1d6 roll of 1 to 4. So, what does that mean? I guess. See a player was sent. Usable after 1d6 roll of 1 to 4 to see a player is sent off. So if we do, I guess you get to use the bribe over again. So you use it per normal rules, and then you have the bribe again. And on a 1 to 4, it works again. Is what I'm reading here.
So in Street Ball, if you're caught fouling, it's a rock that hits you in the face.
That's true.
So the wording that he had written down there kind of weirded me out a little bit because I think he wrote it as if it was normal Blood Bowl rules. But I guess the way that it would work is roll first for the rock. If the rock hits you, then you're not sent off. Other than that, roll again, and on a 5-6, you're safe.
Okay. Can you use bribes in Street Bowl? I thought you normally couldn't.
Normally, people don't take them because it's useless. But
Normally they're useless, but in this one,
Oh, here we go. Yeah, secret weapons are traded per the normal rules unless they cause a casualty.
Mhm.
Secret weapons that cause a casualty will be immediately sent off the pitch. They confiscate the equipment. You are sent to the dungeon for investigation.
Yeah.
Police equipment are not secret weapons. We gave you the tools to use. Let's see here. Special play cards. Don't tase me, bro. Play at any time of your turn. Usable once per game. You may take a player from your KO box and move it to the reserves box. Oh, that's cool. The card Taser. The beginning of your turn. If you have a player standing within 3 squares of an opponent who has possession of the ball and can run the ball into the end zone without making a single die roll, you can attempt to tase them. On a 4-up, taser probes have good connection. This immediately causes a stunned injury effect, and the ball scatters normal. Okay, it's a separate action performed after a move action, but not a blitz block action. That's interesting. So there's a Waldo speed trap.
So I guess my question about that one would be: do you have to start his activation within 3 squares, or can he move up to it and do it at the end of the turn?
I think you'd have to start.
Hmm.
Yeah, but it's my TV to my.
Yeah, it looks like you have to start. I guess that would make sense.
Well, no, it's to play at the beginning or end of your turn. Okay. So I guess then you could move him up to.
And then tase. Okay, yeah, okay. So you can move up and tase. That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
That's a lot more useful then, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Let's say so the speed trap.
But then you see you're relying on a 4+ roll to knock him down. So it's best to use it at the beginning of your turn if you happen to have a guy within 3 squares of him. But if nothing else fails, then put some guys in the way and use it, I guess.
Yeah, because if you don't have anybody to reach him, you might as well. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly right.
There you go. Let's see here. Play at the start of the Waldo's speed trap once per game. Start of the opponent's turn. All players of the opponent's team are unable to use sprint, and going for it rolls are a 4-up to succeed. Failing a go for it during this time will cause the player being sent to the dungeons for speeding. They are locked away dealing with police paperwork for the rest of the match. Huh.
I like that one. Right underneath it, he has a original writing where it just says all players' movement is forced to the drive. And I'm wondering which one is the one that we're going to use. Maybe both.
Maybe both. I don't know.
So we need to clarify that with him. But the first thread I really like. I like the way that it's written. I like that it's sprint. I like that go for it's fail on higher numbers. I think it's really, you know what it does is it helps deal with one of the best teams for this tournament, which is Wood Elves, because their catchers are going to be running roughshod over people, and that allows you to really, really mess with them, so they can't just score on you at will. I like that.
Yeah,
it slows them down for a turn.
Let's see here. Right to remain silent. Play at any time on your turn. Each opponent coach is required to remain silent until the end of the current drive. The coach talks. They forfeit a magic potion. The coach has no magic potions left. Their opponent receives a bribe at no cost immediately. This does not apply to police brutality, special card activation, or rules, positions, questions, which is next. So that's kind of cool. Police brutality. Let's see. After a casualty is rolled on one of your players, by stating police brutality, you can attempt to save your player from a casualty. Roll a d6. On a 4-up, your player remains on the pitch in the last square he occupied. On a 1 to 3, he's placed in reserves due to interference of the team lawyer's internal affairs. Either way, the casualty-causing player is sent to the dungeon.
Yeah,
really fun rules in this.
So that last one is super powerful because basically their strong mummy or whatever that kills everybody on the pitch, their claw yeti, it's an auto get rid of this guy.
Yep.
So it's a once per tournament card to try to kind of stifle that overuse. and at the same time, it's so powerful.
Do you know what gets me about once per tournament cards? And this is what got me thinking about it with Sunny Slam is it might be once per tournament, but what if you're the player that everybody plays it against and you
Right.
every round?
That's what happened to me.
That is so ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know probably
Or,
everybody that
oh
would be willing to play me to use that card because I usually come in with like the big
my-
monster, and so that means I have to spread it out a little bit. I can't have just one big beastie thing.
you know.
Luckily, that card is a once per tournament card because if it was a once per game card, it'd be
Yeah.
Let's see. Police equipment, collapsible baton. One player receives mighty blow for the game. That's kind of cool. Play at any time once per tournament. There we go. Handcuffs. Play at any time once per tournament. Player receives claws. Makes sense. And play at any time. Rip hobble. Play at any time. Player receives a grab skill for one game. I don't know what a rip hobble is. You should probably Google that. Usually they don't break the law. I don't know what things are. Let's see.
Can these be stacked, I wonder?
I don't see why not.
Yeah, and it's once per play at any time, once per tournament. So, all right. Stunny champ must have 3 stunny players minimum. Most touchdowns, best defense. Okay, so that's cool. But there are 3 stunny players minimum required to have a stunty win here. So, I'm always kind of mixed on that. I really like my stunny cups, but I like to be guaranteed to have them. Let's see. At least guaranteed to fight for them. Gold 700. No leader, constable on that. So, okay. So I don't know. Interesting. If you go, I think a team that spreads just about everything out that it's good at will do well this tournament. I think if you have some players that can kill, other ones that can carry the ball, and you just spread it out. That way, when some of these cards come up that end your turn or end whatever, you have another game plan to go on.
Orcs might be good.
Yeah, that's true. I might take my orcs. I don't know. I've been kind of itching to play them for a little bit. I don't want to play my pumpkins again. I like my Halloweenies. Be pretty easy to get police brutality against them too. So. I don't know. Maybe I'll take halflings. I don't know. But so yeah, I don't know. I think if you my opinion is to spread everything out in this. But the other thing too is maybe you play Skaven and you have movement 9, and it really doesn't matter if you start like 3 scares towards the end zone and then run in on your turn. The opponent's not going to be able to tase you. You know.
Well, guys, I got to log off. It was awesome talking to you.
Okay.
All right. Have a good night, Chris.
Hey, Chris.
Let's see.
Yeah, we went a little bit over. We should probably make this time better next time. Let's see here. All right, so that's those 3. I guess we're done talking about tournaments for a little bit here.
Yeah, that takes us to the end of the
There's
summer.
no bedtime.
If you can come to Don't Tase Me Bowl, come to Don't Tase Me Bowl.
Yeah, what he said.
Going
Yeah.
to be big.
It looks
Anybody
like
who needs is welcome to crash at my place. I have a live-in houseboy that will like handle all of your needs.
Come at boy.
does he know how to cook?
It's gonna fucking
That's
learn.
gotta do this with his fingers.
At least make him order Chinese. I don't know. Let's see here. That's cool. Yeah, I definitely want to go to Dotain's Bowl. Yeah, and definitely show up to Dotain's. It's so much fun. Street Bowl is so much fun. It really is. Is this 3 rounds or 4 rounds? I didn't look.
I think it's 4.
It's 4, yeah.
Awesome.
In order for it to be voodoo, it's got to be at least
Okay.
4 rounds.
Yeah, 4 rounds street is fantastic. All right.
And we have some very fun shenanigans planned for after the tournament too. For anybody staying over, there's some cool bars and a cool brewer. Actually, there's 5 breweries in Gainesville now, but it's going to be a good time.
Nice.
And people can come up Friday too if they want. My house is open. I got a bunch of couches and all kinds of crap. So
Okay. Cool.
all are welcome at Fort Nyberger.
Oh yeah, that should be the week I start my new job. I think my new position. I'm gonna see.
Well, come celebrate.
Yeah.
We're
I
doing
definitely-
the Voodoo Awards at Fort Nyberger again this year, right?
Oh yeah.
I'm putting Fort Nyberger on Yelp. I'm going to give that fucking place 5 stars.
Good.
Do we have a date for Voodoo Awards? Is it the week after Dungeon Bowl?
One of the weeks
Yeah.
in December.
Okay. Oh, here we go. Let's talk about voodoo standings and how someone can join. All right. So some people have asked a little bit. I know Roscoe was kind of like right before he ran Great Smoky Mountain Bowl 2. He was like, "What is this voodoo? What do I do with it?" And then he joined. So let's answer a little bit of that. I know it's changing a little bit with Jason and John going over how we're going to have regionals and states and some other stuff. As of right now, you pay $10 to enter. That gives you that makes your tournament a voodoo tournament. It gives anybody who plays points towards the overall voodoo standings. So it is not just a Florida thing. It is for every state. It is for all regions. It is across the world. You can be a voodoo if you want to be a voodoo. Okay, there are different rules and stuff. Usually, it's your top 10 tournaments that are voodoo is what counts for you. You can play more than that, but your top 10 is what your points count for right now. And that's pretty much the most important thing. You get that, and you get the network with a lot of people that maybe you haven't seen before or haven't played Blood Bowl with before. It gives you a reason to travel somewhere you would normally travel to. So that's how you join. Those are voodoo. Right now in our voodoo standings, Nick Lackey is leading by 2 points. But like Jason said, Mr. Alpha Wolf is in the driver's seat. Because he has only 9 tournaments. He has one more he can just add points to if he wants to. So unless he like loser goals the rest of this thing, he's going to do very well. And it's going to be hard to stop him. So personally,
he barely lost to Chris last year, right? I think he was pretty close. It was pretty close.
The John was a few points off, I think. Yeah. I don't think it was that close. It wasn't super close. I don't remember exactly. I was second.
Third, right?
I was second place.
Oh, you were second. Oh, you did beat John Alberto out. Okay, because I remember you had Stunty Cup and then you had like second place as well.
Yes, right? And I chose the Stunty Cup, so John got second place. So.
Okay. So technically you were okay. So you were ahead of him.
Well, okay. Let's make sure I'm not saying anything like that. John got second place because I got Stunty. Right? All right. Let's see here. I'm just trying to keep things in perspective here. But those are voodoo standings. We have a lot of people that are up there. Eric, you're doing much better, which is pretty cool.
Much better, am I?
Yeah,
you're like,
you're like fourth place, I think, or third.
That's what I finished last year, I thought.
You're doing much better than you were. I mean, you were like 16.
I don't know.
Okay.
Was I really?
Well, I mean, previously this year, anyways.
I haven't looked.
Yeah.
That would require me to care.
I'm currently 5th, but all they really care about is my Stunty. So, when I walk away with 3 ties of my ogres, it feels like a win.
I can see your ass. I'm sneaking up on you. I need you to get sick with mono for a couple of months. And then I'm gonna pass you.
I don't think I'm getting. Well, you just wish mono on me? Wow, that's pretty rough.
Just for Blood Bowl, you could go to work.
Shit's still real.
It's just Blood Bowl mono. And whenever you touch a miniature, you get like dysentery. You start shitting.
It's the rage. The one thing I do want to say about voodoo is it is a really cool thing. I don't want it to be only a Florida thing. So let's. If we, if we do states and regionals, and we start talking to people that we've gamed with, like at Chaos Cup or at TRC or anybody else, and we're like, hey, join this voodoo thing. Here's the rules for it. They're right here. Well, I don't know. Free candy. I don't know.
We've got to get a tournament in Savannah.
We're going to. We're gonna do that.
I got to text Randy tomorrow.
Down to 2. Get to it.
I tagged him for Crucible. He mentioned about coming down the Crucible, so I tagged him in a post. I haven't heard back from him yet, but
is he? I thought he wasn't on Facebook.
No, he is. Unless there's another Randy. What's his last name? Thompson.
Yeah.
And then, what's this fucker keep tagging me for? And what is Blood Bowl? Some kind of cult. This guy in Florida wants me part of his cult. I just don't know. Tagging the wrong fellow.
Okay, but that's our voodoo. If you have questions about voodoo, you can message the main chat. You can message Jason York. You can message James Left or just about anybody that Voodoo. They'll go over that with you. There's a whole Voodoo Facebook page as well. You go over that too. The downloaded file for leaders are updated monthly. And Jason does all the work for free. So thank you so much, sir. Again, I always thank you for that.
The one thing I'd like to point out about Voodoo was, like, for the first half of the year, chaos reigned and the wheels were falling off the wagon because the top 5 in the standings included me. But order has been restored since Big Daddy's Bowl.
Well,
I think I'm, what, 10th or something now.
You need to settle on a side of the fence. First, it was like, fuck the ball, I'm going to kill everything in my sights. Then I swear you said, you know what, I'm going to try something different and actually try and win.
I was playing elves.
Then when I see you playing at Sunny Slam, you're like, fuck it, I'm just going to kill everything.
I'm sorry, Nick Blackie's killing too much shit. I got to keep up.
You know, it's kind of like trying to convince him not to kill people. I mean, he's kind of getting off the needle at this point, but kind of goes back to it a little bit once in a while. Well, let's see. I don't know. It'd be like convincing me not to play Stunty. I tried that last year, and I won 3 tournaments in a row, and then I just ended up missing my ogres. So, why didn't I play Stunty? Oh well.
I'm going to make a meme of you walking down the street, and the clown from It is going to be in the sewer going, hey, Josh, I got some Stunty for you down here.
Oh yeah, I'll crawl right in. It's fine. Yeah. Oh, let's see. And really, it's not even all Stunty. It's ogres. I like my ogres.
Hey, Josh, I got some ogres down.
Do you really? I've only got 11. I need more.
Let's kill some elves, Josh. Let's go.
I painted a lot of ogres. I know I paint a lot of stuff. I'm just, I don't know, surprised.
Well, you're going to be painting a team for me at some point. It's going to be my ogre team. So
okay, cool. Absolutely. Speaking of ogres, I don't know why this goes into ogres, but I'm going to do it anyways. Let's talk about Chaos Cup for a minute. Yeah, Chaos Cup has been handed off to Jeff. Jeff helped with the last one, and he's doing a lot with it this year. It's at a new hotel. It's called like the Rose Hotel. Or something.
I love the new logo. I love the swag, the coin, the pitch. Even if I don't go, I think I want the swag.
Oh my god. Yeah, the coin is awesome. I love coins. Anytime a coin comes out and I didn't even win it somewhere, I just want to buy them. It's a pretty sick addiction of mine. But the coin.
There's a coin for Tombstone Cup too.
Yeah.
Is there?
Cool. Are they the poker chips?
Poker chip, I guess.
Yeah, they're poker chips. No, actual metal coin.
We're talking hard Blood Bowl currency. The time you could buy like Blood Bowl stuff that's imaginary and fake with Blood Bowl currency. Yeah,
true.
The real stuff.
But from what I understand from the Chaos Cup thing, pretty much the same rules as last year, if I remember correctly. Which is good. Last year was a lot of fun also, and lots of people go to this NAF Major. All right, so jump on it if you haven't, unless it's like this or going to Worlds. And you got to make that choice to go to Worlds instead, obviously. But if you can do it, do both. Heck yeah. And
Jim is running the Sevens event on Friday, right?
Yeah, I'm taking over from Mark. He's not going this year, so I had a few people reach out to me and say, "Hey, if you're going,
Mark's doing World Cup this year."
No, Mark is not doing World Cup. Mark is just kind of he's doing Gen Con. He missed out on Gen Con last year, and he cried like a bitch the entire time. He's like, "Oh, there was a Gen Con." Like, dude, you're a fucking Chaos Cup. Oh, but Gen Con. So, yeah, he made up his mind, like, while we were at Chaos Cup, I'm fucking going to Gen Con next year. I'm like, okay. So he's going to Gen Con. That's his jam. That's his jam. But yeah, I'll be running the Sevens on Friday night. It's an icebreaker. I'm still trying to get the rules approved with the NAF because I want to do some funky, fun stuff. Jack's pitch really kind of inspired me to do a little bit of utilizing some of the rules from the Chaos Games Workshop pitch. So those should hopefully get approved next week. I may even be implementing some of the Blood Bowl cards, the special play cards, like the official GW ones. So we'll see.
Those are almost as overpowered as the ones we currently use.
Yeah, I'm gonna use the not so overpowered ones. I'm just gonna use the ones that are chaotic and funny as fuck.
All right. So something I did want to mention, just a shameless little plug. I am painting the team that the overall winner will get at Stunny Cup. I think it's the overall winner. At Chaos Cup. Oh my god, I'm still on Stunty. Goodness gracious. So at Chaos Cup. They are from Spain. It's a Chaos, what are they called? The mixed team, the Chaos Renegades.
Mhm.
And so let me see if I can find them here. So
Is that the RNS Studio Chaos Renegades?
let me see. I'm looking at the box because it was direct shipped to me.
I'll know when I see it.
Over,
Yeah, because the Arnie Studios have like the candles and everything,
it
right?
doesn't say. All right,
Are they,
but
are they
here's
resin or metal?
Troll.
I can't tell what that is.
Is that resin or metal?
It's resin, but I have resin and metal in here.
Oh.
Let's see. Let me get this. Maybe Jeff has it in a chat. I can ask him here.
Well, for those of you who haven't been to Chaos Cup, it's a good time. There's a lot of raffle opportunities to win stuff. There's the best painted competition. I can tell you from experience from last year, though, it's not such a bad thing to lose your first match.
No,
Then you get a better match in your second round, and you stand a better shot of shooting up the ranks later on. So you win that first match.
Last year.
Chaos
I played
Cup is an
Brian-
amazing time.
I played Brian too in my second round because I won my first match last year, and I paid the price. I got two'd, as the people like to say. I got two'd. Chaos Dwarfs versus Amazon was not fun.
Oh, that's rough.
I played Grant
Yeah.
Horowitz my first round. Grant Horowitz on Team Canada, Grant Horowitz. Or however he says his name.
Grant's awesome.
All right.
Yeah, that was great. We tied. He and I both got up like, next to each other in table 5, like by the end of the 4th round.
Grant himself is one of the best reasons to go to a Moracle Cup in Ottawa come June 2020, and Mark Daggers. It's going to be a good time.
Okay. Here we
I'll go
go.
with
They're
the
Goblin
I'll go with
Guild.
the
They're called Goblin Guild miniatures.
Oh,
this
Goblin
is-
Guild. Okay,
Yeah, this is called the Skull Devils team.
nice.
Yeah, so let me see if I can get these guys out of the bag. I know I haven't put them together yet. I'm going to start painting them next month.
Let's team before, Eric. So if me and you, we can put together a team. We need 2 more people. I would love to see Florida send up 2 teams, 8 coaches.
All right.
Okay, so here.
Woj will probably go with us.
You see the troll?
It looks like a troll to me.
Yeah, it's pretty cool looking. I got his arms in the bag, so. But this is going to be a super cool team. I think they have enough on like their actual bodies, like they have little shoulder blades and stuff. So I want to see if I get enough. If I get enough surface area, I can paint the Chaos logo onto each of them. For
Oh,
Chaos Cup. I don't know if I have enough area for that. It might just be like a representation of the symbol, but it still look really cool. And I really like how these guys look. That's so neat. It has everything. It has extra models for all the extra positions you can get: the Dark Elf, the Orc, the Rat, the everything else here. That's so neat looking. But I'll be painting this part of my miniature painting service. Okay. And as we all know, Chaos Cup also is charity. It goes to Meals for Wheels. So I'm painting as a donation to help. It'll be a lot of fun. So,
Chaos Cup is a lot of fun,
yeah,
especially if you're a meat popsicle.
it's true.
Chaos
And
Cup is
you're
much
so
fun.
fast.
I guarantee you no one had more fun at Chaos Cup than me.
I would back that.
And
No,
no
I
one
was-
left a greater impression at Chaos Cup than me. And frankly, I don't think anybody did better at Chaos Cup than me.
I did.
Although I
great.
think
Thank
Cody
you.
fought me at the end.
I did fantastic. Thank you.
I finished on table 8, buddy.
Up.
I had my ogres went. I had 2 wins and 4 ties.
And won the stunty.
Yeah,
Mhm.
won the stunt. It was very close at the end.
I made
Another
more
overtime at
friends,
the end, right?
and that's what matters the most.
Yeah, we met F there. That was pretty cool.
We made some awesome friends.
Yeah. Have
I can't do this year, I don't think, but I'm absolutely going back in 2020, and we're road tripping again.
Oh, wait, are we back to road tripping?
Eric, the Moose Knuckle crew.
Oh, I love those dudes. I track them down on. I track down every opponent I play, so I'm friends with them on Facebook.
That's cool.
That's one of the best things you can do for like bringing more people into the community is,
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, build
you know,
network,
to
yeah.
track them down on Facebook, send them a message the next day. It's like, hey, it's a really good time. Come back again, and just kind of stay on them and peer pressure them into playing again.
That's right. Join the cult. The dues are low. Not a lot of blood. It's a good time.
Well, you know, I mean, it's a big part of what we do is we sell our personality. Like that's a big part of why the Gainesville League has grown so much is that all the players here are likable people. That Blood Bowl is just a mechanism for us to get together and drink and talk shit,
Yes.
and that's what matters.
Cool. So I do have a few things I want to talk about for Knuckles Wild 3. I know.
Next April, right?
Yep, April 4th, 2020. So I know this is way off a bunch of months, but I really want you guys to plan for it. My intent is to have a really big Blood Bowl tournament here. I want to show NEF or anybody else who questions whether or not Florida can have a great turnout tournament, whether or not it's a great place to go, that it can be done. And they won't be convinced until it happens, you know? So that's the idea. I have spent a ton of money on swag and gifts and everything else. I made sure the rules are flavorful but not game breaking, and they already got pre-approved and everything. So it's going to be a ton of fun. I actually have the mechanic I have in the game for my poker chips is very unique, and actually no other tournament does it. Okay, so it's it'll be held for those who don't know, who are just listening. It'll be held in Melbourne, Florida at Get Your Fun On.
Jack Petruka just logged in.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
So it'll be a huge tournament, and Get Your Fun On has enough space to host it all because where the game store is used to be a movie theater. They use the whole thing for it.
I didn't realize that. Oh, okay,
Yeah.
That's why they're so big. Yeah,
That's why it has the two separate sides. There's
size,
two
room,
theaters.
areas. Yeah.
But the so it's big enough for it. And remember, Melbourne, Florida, while it doesn't look like a lot on the map, you have a really awesome, fun downtown area that's not far off with tons of places to eat. There's Quarters
10 minutes.
Brewery where you can play arcade. And you know what? If you need to come down for the weekend and make a good little like weekend thing for the family, the beach is 15 minutes
Yes.
away and it's free.
Nice beaches.
You know, you can go there.
Is
So
that a
nice
seven
beaches,
tournament?
nice
Josh?
food.
it is an 11s. It's 4 rounds 11s.
Okay, good. Because I think if your goal is to show, you know, people outside of Florida that we can be a big drawing place, then 11 is the way to do that.
But 4 rounds 11s. And we had some of the new swag just came in today. So start poker chips.
Nice.
Oh,
How do
wow. Let me see those again.
I really like the Luxor theme.
I was touching myself inappropriately. Hold on. What?
Keep it up. Keep going. Nice. Now,
Keeps disappearing. Oh, he's got to talk. Yeah.
Okay.
now, have you got the poster designed yet?
No, and that's the next thing I need to.
Good man.
I think I'm actually going to do it. I've never done a poster for Knuckles Wild. I think I will for this one, just for
Good.
you, Eric. Okay.
Good.
There you go. But
Now,
the
it should probably be vertical. If you make it horizontal, it won't actually fit on my wall. Just FYI.
Yeah.
it's just a little. So
Well, it would
I
be
did. Here's what I wanted to go over. Just a few things with special rules on it. So this is a few things that make it unique. First, while it's a Khemri themed desert style casino tournament, so I wanted sweltering heat for the whole thing, but the NEF was like, that's going to be a little rough. And you know what? They were absolutely right. So instead, I have what's called desert heat. So whoever scores has to sit out the next drive because they're too tired. Okay, but just that one player. So it doesn't have to be the guy that carried the whole thing. You could just hand it off to somebody, and then that guy has to sit out, for instance. But it's just the guy that scores has to sit out the next drive, the individual player. The second thing is that the crowd is a bunch of swimming crocodiles. So crowd surfs, if you crowd surf somebody or throw somebody in, it's +1 to injury because they're crocodiles. Okay. Additionally, and this is the most unique part of it, is your chips. All right. So each person will get 2 chips. All right. What happens is there is a special rule, and the special rule for that match is 0 through 4. So it's going to be 5 different results. And the results I put on there, but the results depend on how many chips at the very beginning of the match 2 players secretly put in with closed fists, like this. So if player A puts this many chips in, player B does this, and they open them up. All right, I have 4. Then the special rule will be the number 4. Okay, you don't have to put chips in. You put 0 in, it could be 0, and then there will be no special rules. Okay. The only specific rule with this is that players are prohibited from discussing how many chips each one's going to put in or what effect they want. So it's kind of like a silent round. I have no way to enforce it. I mean, to trust that people are decent people.
I think that's the favorite thing. My favorite thing about the Knuffles Wild tournaments is what you do with the chip mechanics. When you had which was it, the first or the second one, or was it both? Where you had the 3, you had the shell, the other thing, and depending on which combination of the 2, you had a special rule.
Yeah, I think that was my first one. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was the first one I did that, and so the NEF really liked it, and I really like it, and it makes mine unique compared to any ones I've been to. They don't have that mechanic.
Yeah,
the rule is kind of like almost like a bluff kind of thing, you know. Like you really want X rule to happen, but you don't know how many chips your opponent's going to put in, for instance. So some of the cool effects from it, I'll just go over them real quick. 0 is nothing. 0 chips is nothing. 1, I think, is the 1 is the embalmed ball. So they embalm the ball instead of a lung by accident, making it extra easy to pick up. So it's sticky. It gets +1 to pick up. It's +2 for Khemri. The number 2, I think, is Shifting Sands. I'm getting the numbers mixed up. Let me pull up the thing here. But Shifting Sands means that dodge is no longer +1 because there's a bunch of sand on the pitch. Okay. Yeah, I got it right. Number 3 is going to be is Mama Hotep Awakens. So Mama Hotep is one of my favorite star players that I created. I wanted to make the absolute worst Blood Bowl coach and turn him into a miniature, and that's exactly what he is. So he kind of starts with the mummy with some mummy stats. I think he has tackle, break tackle, a few other things, but he has his special rules are number 1 rule is what's called a real jerk. So he spends the entire time complaining about everything, whether it's dice, whether it's somebody else. He just complains. He complains so loudly that his disturbing presence invokes a -2 instead of a -1. Additionally, he has the he will easily quit a game either because it's too easy or because it's too hard. So if at any point in time one team or the other goes up by 2 scores, both Mama Hoteps will quit.
I love that.
I like that rule. Yep, that's a good rule.
But it's kind of cool because that way, if Mama Hotep awakens and people hit 3 chips in, both people get them, both people get to use them, and it's not like one person took them, one person didn't. So everybody gets it, you know, that kind of thing. The number 4, and this is the little trickier mechanic, but I made it as simple as possible, is a crocodile goes loose on the pitch. So there is a 2x2 square that's going to be a crocodile that everybody gets, and it starts in the middle. And every turn, the crocodile will move randomly one direction and scatter.
Mm.
And what it does is you can stand on the crocodile, you can walk over him all you want. Okay, it's just a space on the pitch. It doesn't take up anything, so you can stand on top of them if you want to. But at the end of your turn, when everybody's done moving, and then the crocodile has moved, you roll a d6 for each player that is on top of the crocodile tile. On a 5, that player's KO'd. On a 6, they get injured. All right, so it's kind of like Super Pitfall. You can try to bounce the crocodile if you want to. But yeah, those are the main special rules. I have, as far as trophies goes, I have a trophy being made by Blackwork Down, who's making these really giant like wooden ball trophies with the spikes and stuff in them. And I have one being designed. It's going to be wrapped in bandages, and it's on top of a pile of golden chips. The 2 golden chips are in the shape of pyramids. So first place will get that.
That's awesome.
And then I have a bunch of other rewards. So second place, third place, stunt team, most touchdowns, most casualties, best defense. And there's Fed to the Crocodile award. So the most players that have been pushed into crocodiles, those you get points, you get a separate tally for that. And whoever wins that gets the Fed to the Crocodiles award. And it's tiebreakers, with the exception, I only sprinkled in 1 bonus point. And anytime you feed somebody the crocodile, you get a point.
That's cool. This works with the theme.
Yeah. So, and it's crowd pushes to make it happen, or if the crocodile happens to be on the pitch, that you get it. And there's a special rule that if the crocodile moves on to somebody, like it wasn't pushed into him, that doesn't count. So, kind of the crocodile, you have to do your work to push people into him if you need to.
So it depends. You have to actually take a defensive action. Yeah.
Right. Sure. Yep. And that's the idea. So you can see it has flavor. It's not too overbalancing. It doesn't impose on extra teams. Khemri get a little bit of a boost. I think I gave an extra tier for Khemri to get like an extra skill. And then they get like the extra results on the ball. Yeah. And and Khemri are unaffected by Desert Heat. I was able to put that in, so because that makes sense. So that is it. That is your night at the Luxor.
That sounds like a lot of fun. You thinking of doing a mini for Mama Hotep?
I kind of tossed this back and forth. I don't know how much it's going to cost. I haven't actually ever had somebody design a mini for me. Usually just kind of like taking a Reaper or something else and kind of mod it a little bit.
Yeah.
But if I'm going to have,
it's never cheap.
I wonder if Arnie if Raphael has a mummy figure, because sure. How like Alan did it for a lot cheaper by just having him convert, like add an armor plate or take an armor plate off of one of the existing vampires that he has in his line.
Yeah, but that mummy's going to end up being a big guy. That's going to be a lot. It's going to bump the price category up.
That's true too. Yeah.
So you're looking at like for a big guy from Arnis Studio, I want to say it's going to be about €8, which is probably like $10, $10, $11.
Yep, and like at least 50 of them.
Yeah, I mean it's an investment up front, but I mean and I could tell you from experience, you'll sell all of those to the Blood Bowl community as a whole because they just love custom shit. But I mean, you got guys like Nick Blackie and Sean Phillips. They own 3D printers now. I wouldn't be shocked if you can. What we need is somebody who knows how to manipulate that software. Because now we have people who could 3D print. We just need to be able to, utilize the software to be able to make what we want, and then we're off to the races.
Yeah,
we have to be selling miniatures, but as far as producing our own shit for Florida, I mean, we can do that.
Yeah, let's see if I wonder if Hero Forge has any mummies.
Do they have monsters now?
I thought they had something. Maybe not a mummy, but I thought they had.
I'm looking.
I think they have some kind of undead thing.
It's called the Mapenis.
Hey, so on an unrelated note, now that we have discovered Magnus Michael is back in life, can we figure out what the fuck happened to Nick Phillips?
Well, I know what happened to Nick Phillips. That's fine.
We got to get him back too.
Hey, he's just busy. That's all.
That's no excuse.
We found Magnus? I didn't realize we found Magnus.
Like yesterday.
Yeah, that milk carton really worked.
maybe we use
Nick Phillips on a milk carton.
I think it's got to be done. It's got to be done. All right, guys, I got to get going.
All right,
take it easy, man.
I'll see you guys probably at Don't Taste Me Bowl.
Yep. All right,
later, folks.
All right. That's pretty much all I had on my itinerary to talk about, unless we have any closing thoughts or anything else, somebody wants to bring up.
we did just combine Jim and I were talking today at the camping event and House on Black Bark Ridge in January are now going to be one event. So that's going to be Black Bark Ridge is moved to the middle of the month, I think the 17th. And it's going to be a camping weekend with, I think, a Rat Ogre Bowl, right, Jim? And then I think it's like from Friday to Sunday. And the tournament itself will be on Saturday. And it's at a park in. It's been added to there's an event page for the camping, and then there's an event page for the Black Bark Ridge, and that has the name of the location. It's a campground in Orlando somewhere.
Okay. Yep, that sounds good. I do want to camp again. I miss it.
Mm.
But I miss camping in Western Maryland and Appalachia Mountains. Streams. But either way, looks like fun.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, I suppose that ends me for tonight. I gotta get going.
Yep, I think that is the end of what is it? AMA 14.
Yep.
So, all right. Well, you have a good night, and I will see you probably at Don't Tase Me, or if you both end up going to Tombstone.
Yep. All right.
All right.
Good night.